Hello everyone, am I audible now, guys?
Yes, I.
Yes.
Good morning.
It's like I can hear some echo. Is there any issue?
No, we are hearing you good.
Okay, I think there is something from my. What are you? I'm speaking. I'm just getting echo actually. So one minute, let
Okay.
me check my. Might be some malfunction in my audio device. Let me restart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's echoing, right? It's not for you, right? What else I speak? I'm getting echo. 1 minute. Let me reconnect. Just audio. And I'll reconnect now. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's better you leave the meeting and then rejoin.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying. Guys, I'm audible now.
Yes, I are audible.
Hope it's clear to everyone, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No, I think still there is some issue here.
Sai, you sound like echo type now.
Huh?
Yes, I now we are also getting echo.
Is it better now? Hope it's clear, right?
Yeah,
I'm
now
clear and
it's
audible
clear.
now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for holding. Actually, there was some malfunction that microphone actually, mic actually. So that was causing this issue. Thank you. Thanks for being on call. So shall we continue our session now? Like what, from where we need to proceed? Hope you remember, right? What are things we're discussing for the last session? How much you practiced, guys? Hello.
So unfortunately, last two sessions I am not able to attend, and I have gone through the videos only. I don't have time to practice.
Okay. You got access to the class notes?
Yeah,
Notes,
yeah.
whatever I shared?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can anyone quickly have the link? Hope you have access to that link, right? Class notes, whatever we have.
Yeah, in GitHub, I have access. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just put it in chat window so that others can able to make use of it. People who are not available on last day session, you can use this link for your reference. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, hope everyone received the link. So use this link for your reference. The class notes are up to date there. So you can make use of it for your friends. And how about the Jenkins modules going on? Like how much you're comfortable now with Jenkins? based upon whatever we discussed. Guys?
Yeah, installing of Jenkins and that simple build is fine.
Okay.
Adding slave machine to master.
Okay, so it means by this time we should know how to create a master node slave architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you able to see my screen or not? Okay, so we are on this page. Right. So this is what I was sharing on last session, right? So as far as Jenkins is concerned, you should know how to install Jenkins, how to do all sort of administration related to the plugin management, tools management, credential management, and also how to create a CSD pipeline. So I think I created a Freestil project as well as the pipeline projects, right? So are you able to execute this pipeline and achieve the build, clean build?
Yeah, I achieved.
Any questions on based upon last session, guys? You guys have any questions based upon last day session? If you have any queries, please bring it forward so that we can able to plan. Guys? Okay, so can you please tell me what are the steps involved in node creations? Can you able to recollect those pointers? Yes, no, yes.
In Jenkins, you're asking, or
Yeah, in Jenkins. In Jenkins, ultimately, you must have configured the nodes, right?
yeah. First, we have
Slave
to
nodes.
click on the new item, like, and we want to just configure master with node, and we have to create a pipeline project, and pipeline project will be redirected to node. I mean, that no slave node. Your steps you're asking, right? Like, if I see the UI, I can.
Actually, it's all not about the Jenkins actually from the scratch. Like whenever we talk about node configuration, so how the slave node is launched, right? What are the tools you have to install in the slave node? And upon tools installation, how you have created the users and how you created the authentication for that user. And then how you configured that node in the Jenkins master. This is what the actual expectation, right? So that's it. So now we'll proceed further because in the last session, we just started with the application build activity, but the deployment is yet to complete. So by this time, we should know how to configure your automated build using Jenkins, correct? So now we'll see how to integrate our test servers and handle it through Jenkins. So let me log into my AWS instance. So we start this on October, right? Okay, let me start these things.
Yes.
So is this, the sessions are getting progressive? You guys can able to utilize this week for preparation and what was the status? During your preparation, what my question is, are you able to independently handle the things, practice the things with the help of my class notes and other stuff?
Yes, and in my perspective, I'm able to do that. And a few things I have, like, probably that cannot be, discussed now, like, upgrading the Jenkins actually. Suppose I'm having the lower version of Jenkins. Suppose I need to go for the latest stable version. So how the product, how the backups could be done, what could be the process, just, irrespective of my current task, what I'm doing. So I
Yeah,
had
I'll talk
couple of
about it.
questions.
I'll talk about it. I think I've already
Sure.
added that in the list, right? List of action items.
Got you. Yeah.
Like as the roles and responsibilities of a DevOps Jenkins administrator, what are things you'll be doing there, right? So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
backup and recovery and managing upgrades. We'll talk about
Yes.
it. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
So currently at this level we are, I'll go step by step. All right. So now that, what is this? So this was the pipeline, right? We have created pre-sale as well as pipeline projects. So if I get into the pipeline projects configuration, you should be able to see. We have 3 stages. Out of that, we have accomplished stage 1 and 2 by using the source code repository, whatever we have. So the last build was successfully executed. I think it has created the artifacts as well. Correct. So now what we are going to do now. So ultimately, we are going to work on deployment. Deployment in the sense how we can able to copy the artifacts from your build server to the test servers, like from slave machine to the QA server, and then how to automate the deployment. Okay, how to automate the deployment. So these are the primary topics we are going to use, and if you want, along with it, you can able to talk about something like email notifications. We can able to use email notifications for to notify the users and all the stuff. And then we'll see some of the best practices we follow while working on the upgrades or troubleshooting or or some sort of backup and recovery. Correct. So these are topics we're going to cover. And once we are done with it, then we'll move on to the next module. Okay, the next will be like anything related to your configuration management. So what is the build tool we use here? It is a Maven. So Maven is one of the build tools that is used to build your application and package application. So through Maven, we just perform the clean and package activity. It is completed. Now, the next stage is to deploy to QA server. So in order to deploy your applications to QA server, first we should create the QA server, right? QA server means a test server. It will be a dedicated virtual machine with all the required testing tools, and it is completely owned by the testing team. So the process workflow is developer will create the source code. Once they're done with the unit testing, the package will be created. And once the package is ready, that package will be deployed to the test environments. So how the deployment happens means first we have to create the server, QA server, for example. And you know how to launch a QA server. So let it be like Ubuntu machine again. You can able to install Ubuntu machine, launch Ubuntu machine. And in this QA server, we have to install the tools. So the tools in the sense, it can be your Tomcat. We are going to use Tomcat to test our application. And the prerequisite for Tomcat is JDK. So using JDK and Tomcat, we are going to run our application. The WAR file, whatever you created in this stage, that will get deployed to QA server and it will get executed using Tomcat application server. Easy. Are you getting the workflow now? Guys, am I audible to all? So we are going to launch one instance and I'm going to choose Ubuntu machine, and the previous version of Ubuntu is 20.04. I can choose that one, and T2 micro is sufficient for this case. And let me use a key pair. What are the key pair we have here? Created and launch it. Okay. So I think it is coming up. We maintain the unique name, tag. All right. So now the point is, whenever we talk about the Tomcat, you guys have any idea about Tomcat? Or you want me to explain it? If you already have the thought, it's fine. So Tomcat is one of the web application server, which is used to run some web applications. It is used to test some web applications. So whenever we talk about the target environments, right? The target environment, it can be my test environment, that is my QA environment or UAT environment, or even it can be a production environment, all the target servers. So in this target server, how can you run your WAR file? How can you run your test web application? So in this target server, we'll be installing the web application servers. So web application server is not a hardware, okay? It is not a computing device as like a VM. It is just a software. For example, your Tomcat or Nginx. These are some examples for your web application server. Using this web application server, you can able to test any of your web applications. And these web application, if you're using Tomcat, means it runs in default port 8080. And if it is Nginx, it is 80. Like this depends upon the application server, you have to enable the port number. So since we are going to use this QA server for Tomcat, we have to enable the port 8080. So just go to the security group of that instance and click on edit inbound rules and add rule. While adding the rule, just give us port 8080 and CDR ranges zeros. Or if you want to add all the possible ports, you can simply add rule and click on all traffic. Where is it? And zeros. So it means at any point of time, I can able to run any number of, I can able to access any port. It is not recommend real time, just for sake of demo purpose, I'm saying. Is it clear? So ensure that you have enabled port 8080 to run your Tomcat server and save this. Easy. So this is what the prerequisites. So once you get, once you're done with this, you can go to your instance. Take the public IP address of this machine, and where's the mobile system? Let me connect to my QA server. Okay. So once it is done, what are things we're going to install here? We are going to install JDK and Tomcat. These are the two important tools needed for this particular requirement. So how to install JDK? Any idea? How to install JDK?
We did that in the earlier classes, right?
Yes. So while installing Jenkins, you must have installed JDK, right? You can follow the same procedure. What are the process involved? You can able to follow the same procedure. There's no issues. And once it is installed, you should have a valid user also. Okay. So like, for example, consider I have installed JDK and I've installed Tomcat. Now, once it is done, what is the next step? I have to connect this Tomcat server with my Jenkins machine, right? Right. So for that, in your Tomcat server, you should have a valid user. And once the user is ready, you can able to create the SSH key for that user. And once the key is ready, you can use this key to connect to your Jenkins master node. So hope you remember the steps involved in creating the users and adding the keys, right? In Slave Machine, you must have done it. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So you can follow the same process for creating users. And don't worry, I'm just sharing the commands, but telling you just to recollect those topics. And in Jenkins, whenever you try to connect to remote server, this is how we handle. Using the SS keys, we can able to establish a connection and handle the users. So now let me show you one instructions for you. Okay, so I have created a separate documentation that helps you to install and configure Tomcat. Let me share that reference now. Okay, so listen, please. First, let me explain the steps involved, then I'll show you a demo. Listen carefully. So these are steps involved to install Tomcat application server on Ubuntu machine. First, we have to install JDK packages. So this JDK can be, the steps can be same as like what you followed in Jenkins. And once it is done, the very important thing is Maven, sorry, not Maven, your Tomcat needs this Jenkins JDK installation path. Like whatever the JDK package you installed, that package path has to be updated in the environmental variable. Then only the Tomcat can able to recognize it. So to do that, we have to edit the profile, etc profile, and update the Jenkins path, sorry, JDK path. So by default, JDK is installed in this directory. I'll show you how it is installed, and we can able to capture that from this path and update the profile and restart the profile. Once profile is restarted, you can able to download the Tomcat package from this official page, and you can able to extract Tomcat and start the Tomcat server. That's it. So if you go to the official documentation of Tomcat, here it is. So we have various versions of Tomcat, starting from Tomcat 8, 9, 10, and 11 is in testing phase, alpha version. So if you get into any of these versions, you should be able to see the binaries. So if you're installing it on Windows means just download the zip file, 64-bit zip file for Windows, and extract the zip file and use the path. Similarly, if you are working on Mac or Linux machines, you can download the tar file. Right click on this file and copy the link address. This tar file, right? Just locate here, copy the link address. Once you copy the link address, you will be getting the link address something like this. Okay, so the latest version is around 8.5.94. This was the latest version of Tomcat server related to the 8 version, so you can able to use it. So once you have the link address, using the wget command, you can able to download that tar file, and using this tar command, you can able to extract the tar file. Once it's extracted, you can get into the path and you can see the bin directory and start Tomcat. So let's execute the steps one by one. Let me update the default packages here. Once packages are ready, you can go ahead and update the JDK. Here I'm going to use JDK 11, not an issue. And once JDK is installed, you can check the version for JDK, Java version. So you can able to see OpenJDK 11 has been installed here. And once it is installed, you can get the details of the installation path. So by default, JDK is installed in this path. Like cd to that user lib JVM. If you say ls, you should be able to see the installation path. So within this directory, you can able to see there is a bin folder. Within the bin folder only, you can able to see the executables, Java executables, everything is available here. So all that we need to do is we have to.
Yeah, one doubt here. Like you just entered some of the words and like just it is autofill, right? What can
Tab.
we press?
Tab. Press tab key.
Okay.
So now this is the directory where I have installed JDK, and I have to create environmental variable for this. Why? Because this Maven, sorry, not Maven, Tomcat is a third-party tool. It is not the installer version, or even it is not a service by default. It is just a zip file we are trying to download, and we're going to extract it. And if you want to start the Tomcat, we have to manually identify the Java JDK reference. For that, we need to update the profile. It is something like creating environmental variable. In Windows also, you must be doing it very frequently, right? So VI mode, go to file and simply update this path. So I showed you the path where we have installed JDK, right? So you can use the same thing. Export Java home and path variable. That's it. Export Java underscore home. And this is a path where I have installed JDK. This is a home directory. And within the home directory, I have a bin folder that is added to the path. Save this file. Once it is saved, in order to make immediate effect, we have to refresh this profile. Source etc profile will update the file with kernel. Once it is done, then you can able to go and install Tomcat. So first let me check if this version is available. So go to that OPT directory. So now as a root user in this OPT directory, I want to download my Tomcat. So use the wget command and the link, whatever we have. So hope you know how to get the link, right? I just showed you. Go to the web page, right click on this and get the link address and use wget command to download that package.
So always like when installing any tool, we need to install like download it in OPT folder only.
See, as per the standards, right, we do some sort of repository management. Like in your Linux machine, there are various file systems, correct? Like OPT, etc, and all. So where you want to maintain your default tools and services, it's up to you. As per the company's policies and the best practices, we can maintain it. So under OPT, we can able to have all the executable, the zip files, and you can able to extract and keep it there. Some third-party tools, I can say. And similarly, all the system-led package will be under the etc directory. So now that we are trying to download this, if you see this version is not available, so I can use the latest version. So this is the latest version, right? So I can replace this. Yeah. So how can you say it is not available? See, it's saying a 404 error. The link is not a valid link. So let me take this. See, now it is available. I can able to see that zip file has been downloaded. The tar file has been downloaded here. And all that I need to do is I need to extract this. So what is the version here we are using? It is 9.4. That's it. So use the command tar xref command and extract this. So now under this folder, OPT folder, I have extracted the tar file and I can able to see the directory for that. So this is what my Tomcat executable. And here in this directory, there are a lot of components. Like if you see bin folder, I can able to see some default scripts. Like if you want to start the Tomcat server, we have startup.sh. If you want to shut down the server, you can have shutdown.sh. Like that, all the executables will maintain in this bin folder. So for the simplicity, what we can do means we can rename it to Tomcat. And I just rename the folder. MV command used to rename, right? Hope you are aware of it. I can simply rename this directory to Tomcat just for simplicity. And this is what the path and the components which we use for deployment. So now the point is, I have downloaded this and how to run the server. For that, we have to get into this path. CD to that bin folder, and you can able to see startup.sh, just a shell script. We have to run the script here. See, ./startup.sh. So this will start your Tomcat server. So once the Tomcat server is started, you can simply say, you can simply access it from your web browser. And it is running in port 8080. And it is referring the JDK path, whatever we installed in this machine. So any question here? So once it is up and running, you can go to your instance, take the public IP address of that machine where you installed Tomcat and use port 8080. See, I can able to access my default Tomcat page. So any question here? Please let me know.
Can we be able to run these two instances, like Tomcat is configured on this port, right? 8080, and Jenkins master as well. So at a time when we run Jenkins to URL in the web browser, so it will execute that page, or it will give an error because we have also configured Tomcat as 8080.
No. See, in general, we can't run two applications in the same port, right?
No, I mean, what I mean to say that in security groups, we have added inbound rule, all traffic and any kind of ports, like it will allow us. So in that case, will it work or not?
That's what I'm saying. You can able to enable all traffic. That's not an issue, but it doesn't mean that you can run more than one application with the same port number. So what you can do here means, like for example, already if your Jenkins is running in port 8080, and if you want to execute your Tomcat, means you can't use port 80 there. So you can able to change the port number for Tomcat. Instead of 8080, it can be something different. You can able to configure it. That is the reason we have the installation page, configuration page here. Even it is applicable for Jenkins also. As I said, Jenkins runs in port 8080. It is a default port for Jenkins. It doesn't mean that we can't change it. At any point of time, we can able to change the port number and handle it. That's not an issue. So the point here is how we are going to perform the deployment. And what does actually deployment means? So what is the deployment basically? What is a deployment? Guys? Hello, I'm audible to all. What does the deployment means?
We can take our application as a live. That is
To release the executables on the production server. I mean, at the end user.
Correct? That's what no deployment means. It can be called as a deployment. It can be called as a code promotion, or it can be called as a migration, code migration, right? The terminology might be different, but the process, everything is same. It's just a process of copying the artifacts from one server to another server. Let's say you have environments, like we have something called a dev environment, build environment, and you have some target environments like QA, UAT, or production. So now as part of your build, in a last session, we have performed the build and you create the artifacts. So where the artifact is present here in this at this point of time?
in slave node.
Yes, so artifacts are present slave node. Now, as part of the deployment, we are trying to deploy to the QA server, correct? So now, how we are going to identify the artifacts? So in my slave machine, under targets folder, I have the artifacts, right? Like if you consider my last day's execution, as part of this build job, it has performed build and creating artifacts in this target folder, right? So clear? So this is what my source. Source is this one, my artifact is present here. It can be a WAR file. Similarly, what is the target path? I can't directly deploy it in any path. This should be very much clear for everyone. If you're using Tomcat means, whenever we talk about the Tomcat, the target directory, it should be the Tomcat path wherever you installed. So if you go to the home directory of this Tomcat, you can see there are a lot of components. Under there, you can see there is a web apps folder. So cd to the web apps folder, you can able to see some components. So this is what the target directory. So your Tomcat will pick up the artifacts from this path. You can't keep it in any directory. Whenever you want to deploy any artifacts, that artifact should be kept under the web apps directory. This is what the default target folder for Tomcat. Easy. So as part of deployment, we are trying to copy this artifacts from the slave machine into this path. Are you getting a point? Guys?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not just about installation. Upon installation, you should understand the Tomcat's components. Okay, what are things required for everything. So now that we are ready with the tool, once the tool is installed, what's the next step? We have to create the user. We have to add user. For adding user, you can follow the same procedure. Whatever we did in our slave machine, we can do the same. Let me create a new user for Tomcat. Let it be DevOps admin user. And let me get into the user to create the key. And let it be a small key. Okay, I'm going to create a key, SS key for this user in the default directory. And if I go to that path, I should be able to see public and private keys created. Once the keys are ready, all that we can do is we can create the authorized key for that user. And protect the authorized key so that only the owner can able to access it. That's it. So now what is the purpose of creating user ID here? What is the purpose of creating user ID?
We can connect to this machine through Jenkins.
Yes. So if my intention is just to perform the deployment, just to run the application within the machine, I can run it through root user also. But I want to automate the process of deployment through Jenkins server. So through Jenkins server, if I want to access my Tomcat means, I'll be doing it through DevOps admin user, first point. And the second point is this DevOps admin user should have access to Tomcat. Correct? So as a DevOps admin user, let me try to access it. That means from Jenkins, I'll connect to the server. And as a DevOps admin user, I'm going to perform the deployment. I'm going to copy the artifacts to this path. So it means this user should have access to this path, right? Hope you are getting my point. This DevOps admin user should have access to this path. So if I say web app, see it says permission denied. Why? Because it is completely owned by the root user. DevOps admin will not have access to this directory by default. So what you can do means you can change the ownership of this Tomcat application server and the path. So let me exit from here. And for that, you need to run this command. chown-r. chown-r DevOps admin. So now if you say /opt, or I can simply say su DevOps admin cd/opt Tomcat and web apps, I can able to access that path. See, it is completely owned by the DevOps admin now. Easy. So please try to no, make note of all these pointers. Okay, whenever as the administrator, whenever we try to install or deploy anything, it is not just about the instance creation and tools management. Apart from that, the user management, the credential management, also the access management, everything is our responsibility. So now that I have my Tomcat server ready with the required tools and stack, so what I can do now, I can use my Jenkins. So in my Jenkins, I want to connect to the machine. So in order to do that, we need a plugin. So what does the need for this plugin means? It is used to copy the artifacts to the remote servers. So just go to Jenkins dashboard. And from this dashboard, you can click on Manage Jenkins. And just slightly scroll down, you should be able to see something called system configuration. Okay, I'll come back to system configuration, but in order to configure the system for plugin, you have to install the plugin. So just click on the plugins, and in available plugins, search for publish over. Search. See, we got this plugin. We have this plugin available. So choose the plugin and install with restart option. Why? Because whenever we talk about this publish with plugin, this plugin has to be restarted. So just restart the Jenkins when the installation is complete. Then only this changes will be effective.
So why we have to use this specific plugin for?
Come again?
Why we have to use this specific plugin? I mean, we have some alternate as well. In while we install the Jenkins and run the plugins simultaneously for all plugins.
No, your question is not clear. Why you want to use Jenkins, or what is the question?
No. Why we have to use this plugin, publish over SSH?
It is a plugin that is used for copy. It is considered a publisher, which is used to quickly connect to remote servers and access it. See, we are trying to establish a connection to the remote server now. And it is not just about connection establishment. We need to execute some commands and copy some artifacts. So if you see the property of this plugin, I think it's installed. Let me refresh it so that it will restart the Jenkins.
So it is like somewhere it is documented, or we have to like know. We should know like this plugin we should use, or how it is.
This is what they're learning actually, right?
Okay.
This is what they're learning.
Based on experience, we can say.
Yeah, that's what it's all comes by experience and learning only. That is why we're here, right? Like how you know that you can use Jenkins to create CSD pipeline, right? That is how it is. So now that we have installed Jenkins and it is getting restarted, I mean, install that plugin and getting restarted now. Yes. So it's done now. If you go to the plugins management, why it's taking some time. Yeah, it takes some time to load, maybe. Yeah. Yes, so here in the installed plugins tab, you can able to look for publish. Such. So just go to this plugin and understand the purpose of it. Okay, so that is how we have a huge list of plugins available. If you search for the official documentation, you will get to know the properties of it. What are the features? Send the files over SSH. That's what we need, right? So what are the files you want to send through SSH? You can able to do it through this plugin. So now that we have installed this plugin, and once the installation is completed, go to the system configuration under Manage Jenkins system configuration. Just page down at the end, because we just recently installed, so it will be available at the end. So publish or SSH plugin is available here for configuration. So through this plugin, we are going to add the remote server. So here you can see there is an option to add a server. Click on add, and it will open up a tag for adding the new SSH server. So let me name it as QA server. And we have to specify the private IP address of this machine. Take the private IP address of this machine and configure it here. This is a private IP address of this QA server, whatever we just launched and configured. And then the username. What's the username here?
DevOps admin.
Yes, so we are going to use this DevOps admin to connect to this machine. And what is the remote directory here?
Up to bin that we specify the path from, web apps, sorry, this one.
Yes, so this is a directory which I'm going to use as a remote directory. So it means as a DevOps admin, I'm going to log into this machine and directly gain access to this path. And using this SSH publisher, I'm going to copy the artifacts to this path. Easy. Now click on advanced settings. This is just default parameters. You have to set up the credentials, authentication. So once you click on advanced settings, you can able to see there is a small checkbox. Use password authentication or use any other key. Just enable this option and you should be able to see the multi-line text box for entering the key field. So go to your Tomcat server, cd to that path, ls. So here you're going to take the key, that is private key. Copy this key and have it in this key field. That's it. Once you enter all these parameters, if you want to validate the connection, just test it here. So it is successfully connected. So any question here in configuring the server? Guys, do you have any question in configuring the server?
Sai, there's an option given avoid some files that have not changed. So what does it mean in this configuration? SSH servers, you can see that under remote directory.
No,
This
that
one.
and all configure, that and all comes under the implementation level. Okay, like whenever we try to copy the artifacts or copy the files, flat files, only if there is any changes that has to be copied, right? Without any changes, if I try to perform deployment, that should not happen. It should say no changes. That can be enabled with this option here. Okay, So
Okay.
everything can be controlled through your CSD pipeline itself, no problem. So now I repeat the process, install publish OSS plugin. And once plugin is installed, go to your system configuration under Manage Jenkins. And under publish OSS option, you have an option to click on add new server. When you click on add, it will open up the server configuration. Just enter the server name. It can be any tag you can assign to the server. It should, and then private IP address of the machine, user ID, and the remote directory. And then enable this option, use password authentication or a different key, and open up this field here. So this is something related to your private key that you create for the DevOps Open user, and test the configuration. Once it is done, just save the configuration. That's it. So this is the way we configure, we attach our QA server. Not only this QA server, tomorrow you can able to add any number of remote servers. Like it can be a UAT server for testing. It can be production servers, or it can be a Kubernetes cluster, right? So what are the server, remote server you want to attach, you can able to add it to the Jenkins by using this publish OSS plugin. Easy. All right. So next thing is how I'm going to handle this in a pipeline. That is the point. Because in our pipeline, we have just only one step left out to deploy to QA server. So how to use this, how to configure this means, just go to your job. Let me go to my project here under configuration. See, writing a pipeline script is very simple. Okay, so here, if you see, there is a stage and I have written the script. Similarly, I have written the script. So whenever you try to create any script, you don't need to code from the scratch. Okay, we have something called snippet generator. So from this configuration page, you can see there is an option called pipeline syntax. If you open this pipeline syntax, it will take you to the snippet generator. Right, this will take you to the snippet generator. And using snippet generator, you can able to generate any types of scripts. Like for example, here, the very first line, whatever I coded is echo perform SCM checkout. So if I want to generate a script, what I can do means I can go to the snippet generator and under sample step, I can search for shell. This is what the shell, right? So I can simply say some script here, like echo and generate a script. Simple, the script will be generated. Similarly, if you want to work in any repository level, there is a Git repository and enter the URL and then generate a script. The URL will be generated along with the script. So this is what you can simply generate and copy paste in your script. Simple. Similarly, for this QA server deployment also, we are going to use a snippet generator, but here you're going to use a plugin called publish OSS plugin. So if you search for this list here, there is something called SSH publisher. Can you see this? SSH publisher. So send build artifacts over SSH. So use this step and try to configure the script. So in this configuration, you can see there is SSH server. By default, it comes the server, whatever you generated here. If you see here, we have just configured the server, right? QA server name, whatever you configured. So this is automatically coming here in this drop down. And then what type of file you're going to transfer? The source file. So the source file is, what is the source file? In our case,
From Jenkins Live node. I mean, artifacts where we want to deploy the files.
Ultimately, this
Yeah,
is the source file.
war. Yeah.
Okay. And whenever you try to deploy anything to the target machine, the default path is this one. So under the web apps folder, I should keep only the WAR files. I should not have any prefix like this. So what I need to means from the source file path, I have to remove the prefix. So to remove the prefix, we have a option like this. Got it? So now what will happen? It will pick up only the artifact name and the extension. This prefix will be removed and it will get copied to the target server. So the remote directory is the path, whatever you already configured in the server, I can refer the same current directory of the server. Simple. Any question? Guys?
Here, remote directories, don't get it.
See, if you see my system's configuration for this QA server,
That's what we have to define over there, right? In Jenkins.
I have already configured my remote directory, right? In
Yes,
this
that
server
is done.
configuration. So I'm going to use the server to copy the artifacts here, right? So where the artifact will copy, it means this artifact should be copied in the default path of the server. What is the default path? It is nothing but web apps folder, which we already configured. So what I'm saying here is just consider the current directory of my remote server. So in Linux environment, whenever you say dot, it refers to the current directory, right? That's what we see.
Yes.
Instead of dot, if you type this again, what will happen? From the current directory, it will again create a new directory and adds the path, which is not acceptable. So if you already configured here, you can simply say dot. That's all. Easy. So with these parameters, you can click on generate script and you got the script ready. So the script, we have to code it in our pipeline. So let me go to your pipeline script here. So what I can do is, I can paste it here. So if it is a multi-line or multiple parameters, you can add it under the script, because these things should be executed as a script actually. So on SSH publisher, and we are going to connect to this server by using this WAR file as a source file. And then we are just identify the remote directory. Simple. And this prefix will be removed. Easy. Is that clear? So before that, let me show you what we have in the source code repository. So in the source code repository, you can able to see the index.jsp file. This is just a small HTML page with some HTML tags like this. See, this is what the ultimate HTML page which I want to run in my target server. So what we can do here, we can get into this script. So now let me add this as part of my execution. it. So you guys have any question in generating the script now? Any question, please let me know.
This configuration we are doing on this slave, right?
Which one?
In defined in the script in the project pipeline.
See, can you able to recollect what we're doing here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't
See,
it? So
we have
here
to.
we have a pipeline that is getting executed in slave machine. The actual build is happening in the slave machine. In the slave machine, it is creating the artifacts. And once the artifact is created, we are trying to connect to the remote server and copy that artifacts, whatever we have created in the slave machine, to the remote server. Easy. So from slave machine, you're copying it to the test machine. Guys, is that clear or is there any confusions here?
Nice, clear.
Okay. So now let me go ahead and trigger this job. And before I trigger, I'll repeat this process. Let me show you again. cd/opt Tomcat and web app. So as of now, there is no WAR files available here. Okay, it is having some default directories. So my requirement is when I execute this job, it should pick up the artifacts from my slave machine, whatever it is created, and it has to be deployed to the target machine. So let me run this job once. You can verify the progress. See, it has performed the automated testing. There is no test case failures, and also it has created the WAR file. And once WAR file is created, it's trying to execute the third stage. That is deployed to QA server stage, and it has connected to the server and executed it. Okay, it is successful. So it means the artifacts, whatever created in the slave machine, should be available in the target machine now. So just go to the target machine. And if you see here, ls, you can able to see the WAR file copied to this path. Just now. Easy. So clear to all. So like this, tomorrow you can add a QS UAT server or any other target server, and you can able to repeat the steps one after the other. Upon QA deployment, you can do the QA testing, and then you can deploy to UAT. Similarly, once it is deployed to UAT environment, you can do the testing there. And once it is completed, you can deploy it to production. So that is how you can able to enhance the pipeline CI/CD process. Any question? Guys?
Can you please go back on Amazon, I mean AWS, on your, yeah, and open that EC2. We just checked that
What's the
this
question?
is for QA server, right? Okay, no, I just wanted to check whether it's initializing and status check should be 2x2 check first, and then only we can do it, or it's okay. It's in initializing stage.
No, I need to refresh a page, yeah, nothing else.
Oh, okay, fine.
Okay. So now that we have configured a remote server and deployed our applications to the remote server. So this is what a simple CI/CD means, continuous integration
Can you open that page on QSL?
Yeah, that is what the next level. So now that when I start the Tomcat execution, you can able to see the default home page of the Tomcat, right? This is up and running. So now what I can do, I can able to use a war file. What is the war file artifacts ID we have? It is the, I think it should be available from here itself. This is the one. So I can use this war file to access this. So this is what the application index.jsp file application is available here. So let's say I can make some changes. Okay, this is the default message which I have in this. Like if I want, I can able to make changes for your batch. And commit the changes. So once we commit the changes, we can go to the pipeline and trigger it. So now it should pick up the latest code, build that code, create the artifacts, and then publish the artifact target environment. It's done. It's completed. Now, if I simply refresh this page, I should be able to see the latest changes, whatever we made, it should be available there. Got it? So this is how we just do a process of build and deployment. But the point here is, whenever I make changes, code changes here, I'm manually triggering the job, right? So no, I have manually triggered the job. But instead of that, I can able to automate this process. So how to automate the process? For that only we use something called build triggers. Okay, using some build, the latest changes are available. To bring this latest change, I just manually triggered my job. So instead of manually triggering it, what I can do means I can use a concept called build triggers. So using this build trigger, we can able to automate the build. That's what the next topic, which I wanted to share here.
So can you please tell me once, like, what is that war file ID?
Come again?
What is that war file? Like, when that folder will get created? After it, port 880, you mentioned some folder name, right?
See,
It's under target, I guess. Yeah.
this one you are saying?
Yeah, MVN hello, what is MVN hello?
Yeah, this is the artifacts. The artifacts, whatever generated as part of your build. If you see here, as part of the build activity, it has created the war file, correct? And a target folder.
Okay, war file. Okay.
So this is a binary which we have created, and this is what I'm running, executing in my server. This war file, I'm just picking up.
Okay, this folder, like, okay. Got it.
Are we good with this, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So the next thing is about the automation, how to automate the deployment, because each and every time, right, I can't expect the developer to trigger the pipeline. Once we commit the code, the pipeline should get automatically triggered. So for that, we have some techniques. Let me use that here for you. So the next topic in the list is about the build triggers. So there are 3 different types of triggers available or supported by Jenkins. The very first thing is build periodic option. And second thing is about GitHub webhook. And third option is something related to Whole SCM option. So there are various categories here: build periodic, build whole SCM, and GitHub webhook. So what is the purpose of all these things? Means do not consider Jenkins as just for build option or deployment activity. Okay, it is having a lot of use cases. So irrespective of your source code changes, if you want to make any sort of automation, you can able to use this. So let's say, for example, if you use a build periodic, means consider I have a job, Jenkins job, and I want to trigger this job based upon some time frame. Like I want to execute job for every 1 hour or every day morning at 8 a.m. Like that, I'll be having some requirements. So this requirement doesn't rely on your source code repository. It is not related to my application build or deployments. It can be any task. For example, I can give you one real-time scenario. So let's say you want to clean up the volume on daily basis. Hope you remember, right? We are using slave machine, Jenkins slave machine. What is the purpose of Jenkins slave machine?
Build.
Yeah. So as part of the build, the Jenkins slave machine is going to generate some, create some workspace, right? And that workspace will be having source code along with the artifacts, everything will be maintained there. Like that, on daily basis, if developers are trying to build around hundreds of applications, it is going to dump all these things in my slave machine, correct? Are you understanding my point?
Yes.
So this is my slave machine. And if you see the slave machine here, it is creating some workspace folder. And under this workspace folder, I can able to see some projects. See, it is bringing my entire source code into the slave machine. And also what are the artifacts it is creating? It is creating a separate target folder. See the target, it has created a war file. Like that, if you have hundreds of microservices, each and every microservice will try to build their application, and it occupies some space in the slave machine, which will keep on increasing, and definitely at one point of time, it will degrade the performance of the machine. Got it? So we should have a regular cleanup activity. Periodically, we have to manage this server. We have to clean up all the unwanted folders. Let's say my build folder, if it is outdated, means I can simply remove it. So this is what the management activity. So as a best practice, what we do means every day, once in 2 days, okay, or every day at in the evening, I want to clean up all the files from this workspace folder. So for that, I can't directly log into the machine and do it manually. If I simply say RM, means it will remove the folder, that's all. But I can't do that activity manually on daily basis. So what I'll do means I'll be creating a Jenkins job and enable the build periodic option. And that job will be scheduled to run on daily basis. Daily basis. And this scheduling is done using cron tab. Okay, so I'll just show you how it works. Yeah, this is a configuration of this job. So now let me go to this job. Under that, we have build trigger, and you can see there's a build periodic option. So in this build periodic option, you can see there is a schedule, right? So as I said already, Jenkins is a very intuitive tool. You can, if you want to know anything about this, just click on the question mark. It will give you a complete picture about this command, what it is all about, what are the possible values you can give to that parameter, along with some examples. So people who already worked in Linux, you must be aware of cron tab, right? Scheduling, which has around 5 parameters like minutes, within an hour, and hours of the second, day of a month, month and day of week. So let's say, for example, if you want to run any job for every 15 minutes, this is the cron tab definition. So if I simply say this job will be executed for every 15 minutes. If I say 1 means it'll get executed for every 1 minute. If I say asterisk means it'll execute for every 1 minute, every minute it'll execute. So like this, we can able to define some cron tab. So if you're new to cron tab, I'll give you one reference material. Let's say, yes. So this page will give you a complete picture about the cron tab. Okay, even most of the Linux users must be already aware of this page. So this will give you a complete, reference. Like if you're not sure about what to code for each and every parameter, you can try it out here and get the status. If you're okay with it, just copy paste in your schedule. And not only this, from this page, you can able to get some examples. If you click on the examples link, you should be able to see how to run a job for every minute, every 2 minutes, or every 5 minutes, or every hour, every 3 hours, every day, every night, every morning at 8 a.m. A lot of things are there, a lot of scenarios are there. You can simply click on the option and copy this and add it to your job definition under this schedule. Easy? Any question? Guys, any question? Hello? Hope I'm audible to all.
Yes.
Okay. So now that I just want to configure it to run for every minute. And let me save this job. So when I save this job, every minute the job will get triggered automatically. Okay, no need to manually trigger this job. It runs for every minute. So you can able to get it from that list also here. See? The schedule reaches automatically, just picks up the changes. So what are the other examples means? Like consider I have some remote servers. Whenever we talk about the non-prod servers, the non-prod server should be started at during the business hours, right? Should be available only during business hours. Like for example, morning 8 a.m. I want to start my servers. It will get started. Similarly, at the evening around 10 p.m. I just want to shut down all the servers. So I can have two jobs that can be scheduled to run at 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. See here? It has started one build automatically. I never triggered it. It started automatically. If you get in the console output of this build number 7, it was started by the timer. Means the previous job, build number 6, was started by the user. It was a manual trigger. But the latest trigger was happened by timer. That makes a difference. So if I'm not canceling this, for every minute, it will just continuously running. Okay, that is what the scheduling means. Automated. You see, it is picking up the build 8 after a minute. So every minute it will try to exit this job. So let me cancel this for now so that we can able to save that resource. So just cancel it. If you enable this, it will be available. Just disable this and apply the changes. That's all. Are you clear with this build periodic option now, guys? Any question?
How can it clean up the volume on daily basis?
No, I'm just giving for an example. Okay. It's just
No, I mean, how we can do that in real time?
ultimately it's a script, right? You can create one script in one stage or in your build step, like a shell script, rm-rf command.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's it.
And here, as per the cron, like you executed every minute, and what if the build fails? And does it recheck or it will go on?
It will fail. If it is failed, it will be failed. It will be getting, we will be sending notifications. That's the reason we can have some notifications, and based on notification, we can respond it. See,
Okay.
just for sake of demo, I just mentioned 1 minute because we can't wait for 15 minutes to get the status, right? So
Yeah.
just for demo purpose, I set 1 minute. If you want, you can able to set it for every 2 hours or 3 hours. That's the reason I just gave some examples also. You can follow that. And that is not a concern now. The main point is this build periodic, it is not depends upon any code change. That's what you should understand. Whether you are making changes in the source code or not, the job is getting executed. See, right? So whenever you read this job is getting executed, it's going to generate the same result. So irrespective of the code change, if you want to trigger the job, for that you can use build periodic option. That matters. But apart from that, if you want to trigger a job only if there is any code changes happen, then you can able to use PoleSim or GitHub Webhook. So GitHub Webhook, it will trigger the job as soon as a commit happened in the source code repository. So this every commit in it matters. Got it? So whenever there is a change or a commit happen in the repository, I want to immediately perform the build, means you can able to use GitHub Webhook. And PoleSim also, it is same as like that only, but only difference is it is a combination of your build periodic and the source code changes. So the process here is it is used to trigger the job based upon got it? That makes a difference. So we can talk about some real-time scenarios. Okay. First, let me talk about the GitHub Webhook. So let's say I'm a developer. I made some code changes. So here, if you look into the source code repository, I just made some code changes. As soon as I make the code change, I want to perform the build. If that is the intention, I can simply use GitHub Webhook. So because the GitHub Webhook will be triggered for every commit we do, right? For every commit, this pipeline will get triggered. But apart from that, if your intention is not to trigger the pipeline for every commit, let's say you guys are aware of some test cycles. Test cycles. Guys. Hello, am I audible to all? Why there's no responses? What's happening? Are you busy with something or? Guys, all are attentive now?
Yeah.
Because I'm not getting response, not sure whether I'm talking to myself or. So a test cycle in a sense, let's say we have a testing team, dedicated testing team. They will pick up the test changes for testing based upon some time period. Let's say they have a test cycle that starts at 8 a.m. and another test cycle it will start at 12 p.m. and another test cycle that start at 3 p.m. Like that, they have nearly 4 hours time interval to start the test cycle. So morning 8 a.m. if the test cycle start means it's going to pick up the code, perform build and create the artifacts, and it will be deployed to QA server. And once it's deployed to QA server, they will do the testing there. Similarly, the next job should start at 12 p.m. to pick up the changes. And between this 8 and 12, developers can able to make any number of commits in source code repository, right? Developers are not going to be idle, okay? They'll be making some continuous development. They can able to commit the changes to the source code repository between 8 and 12. So for each and every commit, it will not trigger the job. It will wait for the time slot. At exactly 12 o'clock, it will trigger the job, and the trigger also will happen only if there is any changes happen in the repository. Between 8 and 12, if developer has not made any commitments, then there is no point in taking the running the job, right? If I want to test something, I should have some new changes. If there is no new changes happen in this time slot, then there is no point in picking up the changes. So that is how we just use PolSCM. So the basic difference between PolSCM and GitHub Webhook is using GitHub Webhook, we can able to trigger the job for every commit. But the PolSCM will not trigger the job for every commit. It just depends upon the schedule. And if there is no commit happened, even if the schedule reaches, it won't trigger the job. Easy?
So ideally, we can say that GitHub Webhook would be preferred.
It depends upon the use case, okay? Like if you're talking about your continuous deployment strategy, in the case, whatever changes I do, it should be immediately built and deployed. But if you're talking about something like continuous delivery strategy, in that case, I need some manual approval, manual intervention to approve. And that testing also not a continuous testing. They have their own testing window, right? So why we use this much gap here? Why we need this 4 hours time to test and pick up the new test cycle? Because of the dependencies. They might be having some dependencies. They want to collect all these things and deploy it together or test it together. That is what this scenario here. Correct. So it's purely depends upon the architecture of a application, how it is designed. Based upon we can able to say this. We can't simply say that this GitHub is advantageous. I mean, GitHub Webhook is right. It's not like that. Are you getting a point?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you guys are concentrating here or you're practicing it in the same time. Please don't do anything. Just listen to me. You have enough time. You have 1 week time to practice. Just you can practice by the time. Because these concepts are very much important. The use cases, whatever I'm sharing, all these things are important, okay, during interview. Fine. So now, in order to work on GitHub Webhook, you need to configure webhook URL in the repository. So how to do that means, let me show you that first. So just go to your source code repository, or we'll do one thing. First, we'll talk about the PolSCM demo, then I'll talk about the GitHub, so that will be more relevance. So let me go to this pipeline configuration. This is a configuration page, right? So here you can simply click on this PolSCM. And as like your build periodic, this is also opening a schedule. So if you click on this schedule, you can able to get some examples. So this is just to run for every 15 minutes. Okay. If you say 2 means, this will get executed for every 2 minutes. So now if I simply apply, what will happen? Will it be triggered for every 2 minutes?
No,
No,
actually
because
it will track the changes as
Ah.
well. I mean, in the defined time slot,
Yes.
and then if changes occur,
Yes,
it
that
will
is
execute.
got it. So that is what the basic difference between build periodic and poll SCM. Same schedule, if I put it in build periodic means it won't check for my source code changes. It just pick up the build. That makes a difference. So now I just configure the poll SCM and I'm going to apply the changes. So within this 2 minutes interval, if I go to my repository and make some changes here. Okay. And let me commit the changes. That's it. So will it immediately trigger the job? Will it immediately trigger the job?
Wait for 2 minutes and
Yeah,
then
it will wait for 2 minutes. That is what the point. So though we made the commit, it won't immediately trigger the job. It will wait for that 2 minutes to complete. And once the schedule reaches, it will automatically start the build. That's what the poll SCM means. See, it is waiting for 2 minutes to complete. Got it? So that makes a difference between your build periodic option and then poll SCM option. Huh? Okay. So apart from that, there is one more category called GitHub Webhook. So for that, I told you we have to use Webhook configuration. So Webhook configuration means we have to add the Jenkins payload URL in your source code repository. For example, if I get into the source code repository here, this is a source code repository. So I'll tell you how to configure the GitHub Webhook now. Okay, at the source code repository level, click on settings. Can you see the settings? Click on settings, and you can able to see there is something called Webhook option. Can you see this? Guys, hope you're following this.
yes.
So just click on this Webhook, and it will take you to the Webhook configuration page. So for your level, it will be empty, right? So all that you can do is you can able to take the payload URL. So let me show you that. So this is how the payload URL looks like. So let me go to my Jenkins job. This is my home directory, right? Home page. I think the build number 9 also got executed here. You can see. See, it has triggered build number 9. Earlier it was 8, now it is 9. So if you go to the console output of this, you should be able to see it is started by an SCM change. If it is build periodic option, it should be saying like start by the timer, but this is done by SCM change. That matters. So now how to configure GitHub Webhook means just go to your Jenkins job and take the URL of this Jenkins job or Jenkins URL and add it here as a payload URL. And it should be tagged with the GitHub Webhook. That's must to have. So this is what the payload URL you can able to consider. So it is nothing but the Jenkins URL, whatever you have used to access Jenkins server through web browser, along with the tag GitHub-Webhook. So if you go to your Jenkins, source code repository, I think I already have something. Let me delete this. So now from this page at the repository level settings, click on Webhook and click on add Webhook. And it will ask for the payload URL, right? So here you need to specify the payload URL. That's it. And then for what action you're going to do, I just want to use this payload URL for every push event. Whenever I push any changes or commit any changes to the repository, my pipeline should get triggered. That's what the default thing. Or I can able to do it for anything, like whatever the activity I perform in the remote repository. Like it can be pull request processing or creating a branch, whatever happens in the repository, I want to trigger the build. That's also possible. Or I can able to choose it from the given option. It's a huge list of activities we can able to perform on the repository. So you can able to choose anything here. But what we consider is we just consider the push event. Whenever the changes are pushed to the repository, this one, it will get considered. So after enabling all the possible options, just ensure that this webhook is active. This active button should be enabled and click on add webhook. That's it. So now that we have created a webhook configuration in the repository level, once it is configured, go to a Jenkins job and go to configuration of the job. And you can able to see, just remove this POLE.SCM and simply enable this GitHub webhook trigger and save the job. That's it. Okay. Any question? Any question? So what we did here for this source code repository changes, earlier I think I made some changes, right, for policy. Yeah, I made some changes for policy. Let me verify that. See, the changes that was done for policy has been updated here. Similarly, we can make some changes for GitHub webhook. So I've enabled the webhook here in my job configuration, if you have noticed, and I just saved it. That's all. So now we can go to this source code repository and make some changes as per the need. And commit the changes. So what is expected now?
It will build, I mean, as soon as the changes occurred.
Yes,
it
so
will create the
whenever we
build.
make any changes, whenever we made changes in source code repository, it should trigger the build. See here, it is already triggered. And if you see the console output of this, it is started by the GitHub push event by this Loxa ETA. Loxa ETA is not my Jenkins ID, it is a GitHub repository source code, I mean this repository account ID. So by this user, this GitHub has been updated because of this trigger happened. Understood? So you should be able to differentiate the triggers. Just by looking at the console output, you should be able to understand through which source it has triggered. If it is a normal trigger, means it will be pointing to the username. If it is by build periodic, you'll be getting this message like started by timer. And for POLE.SCM, you'll be getting SCM change, and this is something GitHub. So just by looking at the console, you should be able to differentiate the mode of execution. All right. So now let me verify the result of this page. It should be the latest change, whatever we made. Easy. Are we comfortable with this? Okay. So that is about the build period option. The last topic here in the list is about email notifications. So email notifications, right? It is just to notify the users. Let's say in my CSD pipeline, I have nearly 3 stages. So assume that the very first stage is going to clone the repository into my slave machine. What if this stage failed? This URL will be provided by the developer, and we are just going to use that URL in our job. What if this job fails, or if this stage fails? How the user will know about it? For that, we have to set up some email notifications. At each and every level, you should set up some email notifications. Okay, as part of the build. If the build step is successful or failure, based upon the scenario, we can able to send the notifications. So to do that, first we have to set up the email configurations. So just go to your Jenkins machine, under manage Jenkins, go to system configuration, and in system configuration page, here in the system configuration page, you can see there is something called email notifications. Can you see this? Email notification. So using these fields only, we can able to configure the email server. Like if you want to configure Gmail server, means you can enable to specify the SMTP URL for Gmail. It's smtp.gmail.com. Similarly, if you click on this advanced settings, you can able to enable the authentication. So this is nothing but the user ID, email ID, along with the access token that you generate for your Gmail account, the app password. And then the SMTP port also you have to specify. And you can test the configuration. So to configure this, the basic requirement is you should have a valid email ID along with the app token. Okay. So let's you can have a Gmail ID. And then you should create app token. So if you want to verify this, you need to create these two things from your end. So I hope you all have your Gmail account verified with your mobile number, right? That is multi-factor authentication is enabled. Guys. Guys, I'm audible to all. Guys, am I audible to everyone or not? What's the problem?
Yes, you're audible. Two-step verification is mandatory, yeah? Or
it is mandatory. That's what. Then only you can able to create the app token.
okay, we can do that.
Yeah,
No
that's
issue.
what my point. So before you actually configure this in your system configuration of Jenkins, first we have to enable two-step authentication. And once the mobile number is verified, from that same page itself, if you search for app token, you'll be getting an option to create app token. Once app token is ready, created, it will generate around 16 bytes of app token. That app token only you have to configure it in your password field. It is not your plain email password what you used to log in. That is different. So whenever you try to access any of your web application through any external resource, API calls or any CLI commands, we need the app token. So the app token can be passed here, and then you need to choose SSL as a default authentication method or protocol, and then you can proceed further with the configuration. So just keep this ready. Maybe you can take some time, okay? Like I don't want to interrupt with your personal email account and all. You can do it by yourself. If you face any problem in creating app token, just let me know. I can guide you there. But it's a very straightforward and simple approach. If you want, I can put the steps here for you. So to create app token, the steps are log into Gmail account and go to account settings. And in account settings, click on what is it called? Something we call, right? Security tab. And within security tab, enable create two-way authentication with active mobile number. So you'll be getting some verification code from Google. Okay, that is it's like a OTP will be raising something. And once you validate that, your mobile number will be verified. Once it is done, on the same page, you can search for, in the search bar, you can search for app password. Okay. So once you get the app password field, just enter the name for app password and click on create. So this will generate using all those things. Generate what do you call that? Generate around, I think, 4 + 4 + 4 + 4, 16 bytes of what do you call that? App password. Just remove all the unwanted spaces in between and use that app password 16 bytes app password in this password field. Okay, that's it. So once you do this, you can able to verify the system configuration and all those stuff. If you want, I can show you the template now. Later point of time, if you find time, you can create app token and let me know. I can demonstrate to your pipeline. Even anyways, tomorrow while working on Kubernetes also, I'll be showing end-to-end demo, right? By the time I can take it further. So this is what the parameters you need to give. Just smtp.gmail.com is the SMTP URL, and this can be gmail.com. It is optional, and this is your email ID, and this is the app token, whatever you have created, and then enable the SSL option. And once the SSL option is enabled, you can specify the email ID, same email, whatever you create given here to repeat to address, and test one, and configure, test configure. Once you do this, your token will be authenticated and you'll be getting a test email to your inbox. So from Jenkins, you can able to send email to your mailboxes. So once this is configured through your pipeline, you can able to add it in each and every stage. That's next level. Right. So this is about the email configurations. Any question? Any question?
This notification would be restricted to only the defined email. I mean, we cannot define more than one email, right? And reply to others.
No, you can give some comma, give comma separated and add more email IDs.
Okay.
If you want to send it to more than one users, just maintain a comma separated one. All right. But clear? All right. So this, you can take this as a task. So what you can do means you can simply go to your Jenkins, Gmail account, as whatever things I told you here. You can follow those steps and create a password. Once it is ready, just let me know. I can guide you to integrate new pipeline. All right. So this is about your email notifications. And finally, as part of your upgrade, backup or recovery. So for all these things now, it's all purely depends upon your enterprise level. Like how periodically you want to upgrade your system and how periodically you want to take a backup and what is your recovery mechanism you follow. Okay. So upgrade means it is recommended to do a version check once in 3 months or once in 6 months. If that version features are capable for your environment, you can simply go ahead and upgrade it. And not to upgrade, right? First, you have to take a backup of your Jenkins. So if you go to your Jenkins server, in your Jenkins machine, I hope you must be aware of the installation path, right? var/lib Jenkins. So you have to take a backup of that entire folder and add it to a separate volume. Got it? That should include the job configurations, user management, the credential managements, everything. Plugins also you can able to consider for later point of time, because that can be installed at any point of time. But the user management and the jobs are very much required, along with secrets if you have anything. So that has to be backed up first in a separate volume. And once the upgrade is completed, you can able to copy those things to your actual path, and you can even make use of it. Like this, we can able to define the upgrade and backup. And apart from that, recovery. Recovery means, let's say I'm running my Jenkins server, it is running as expected, but due to some reason, if it get corrupted, means the backup whatever you're taken, right, that will be used for recovery. So we'll be doing some regular snapshot. You will be taking a volume snapshot of a Jenkins server on daily basis or hourly basis, depends upon criticality. So it's all depends. Okay, it is not like we can't achieve 100% recovery. At least you can able to take it to 99.9% recovery. You can able to take it. That level of accuracy you can able to get it. That 0.1%, definitely there'll be some loss. So how to prevent that? It depends upon your replication server. So in a critical production environment, we'll be having some replicas, server replicas. Whatever you create a Jenkins server, the same thing will be copied and replicated in another server. In that case, you can able to achieve 100% recovery. Got it? Any question? Hello? Guys, if you want, you can avail some break, okay? Like just have some break and come back if you're if you're finding it heavy loaded. But please respond.
Yes, yes, we can.
Are we good with this module now?
Right.
Okay, so today we just done with this module. It doesn't mean that we have completed a Jenkins, okay? Because Jenkins is a continuous process. In each and every stage of DevOps, we'll be using Jenkins. Like tomorrow while working Docker, Kubernetes, we need this again. So we'll see how to enhance this pipeline. The pipeline, whatever we created, is still QA server. Tomorrow, once I start with Docker, I'll add Docker here. And then I'll be adding Kubernetes. Like that, each and every level, we'll be adding some features. And I can show you how you can able to take it further. Got it? So I recommend everyone to practice all those things and ensure that you have your app token ready at least before the Kubernetes module, so that I can able to integrate all this email integration in your pipeline. Got it? Whatever. All right then. So if you want, you can avail some break now, guys. No. How much time you need?
നമുക്കതിനെ ഉടുപ്പ് ഇട്ട് നോക്കാം.
Should we take 10 minutes?
to all. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we are back.
Yes. So shall we continue the next module now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So as far as Jenkins is concerned, what are the topics we have covered? Like starting from the installation of Jenkins, managing the plugins, users, credentials, and especially creating the master and slave node architecture, and creating CI/CD pipelines, integrating with the Jenkins master.
Yeah, before that, I have one doubt.
Yeah.
You said earlier, you can't connect multiple ports, like not more, one more port with 880, right? I didn't get this point. Like, actually, we are logged with port 880 through Jenkins for the master node, and again, like we have connected with Tomcat with 8080. That means like for one node, we can't connect more than one port, right? Or you're telling like, did you get my point?
See, Jenkins is running in one server, Tomcat is running in
Okay.
another server.
Okay. In same server, we can't run multiple ports. I mean,
Yeah, you can't run two applications with the same port.
Okay, got it.
Hello, Sai. If time permits, can you show like how we can change default port?
Yeah, I can tell you that.
Yeah, okay.
So tomorrow, while working on the containerization, right, we are going to probably focus on such things.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Hello. You're not audible.
No. We are talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to proceed with the next module.
Okay.
Guys, the session will be till 2 o'clock, right?
Yes, we started at 10, right? So usually 9:30 to 1:30.
Then what is the 1 o'clock request is there? Like, what does it mean?
So you're saying something? You're not audible.
Oh, I got it now. So just, okay, for your sake, you're asking, right? Okay, no problem. It'll be till 2 o'clock only, so we can continue till 2. Anyways, you have your class recordings, right? Even if there is any power interruption, you can make use of it. All right. So the next important topic in our list is about the IAC tools. And here, as part of the IAC tools, we are going to discuss about the fundamentals of Ansible and Terraform. So once this Terraform is complete, then we'll move on to Docker, Kubernetes, and then monitoring tools like Prometheus and Grafana. So that's what the plan. So first of all, what is IAC tool? So it is basically a infrastructure
as a code.
As code. So in our DevOps workflow, starting from your continuous development till continuous monitoring, there are various stages involved. And each and every stage, we perform some sort of automation, we'll perform some sort of development testing. A lot of things are happening, right? So in order to achieve all these things, the basic requirement is the infrastructure. So there is a dedicated team who's working to provision this infrastructure and to configure this infrastructure. Let's say, for example, consider I have a new person join my team. Okay. And in order to start his project work, he needs some dev environment, and he'll be needing some servers to create their applications and for testing the applications. And also in each and every server, the required tools has to be installed. So how the server provisioning is done and how the configurations are done. The servers. So these are the two important things you should consider when it comes to the management of servers. Okay, this is for any new person who joins the team. Apart from that, there'll be something called testing, right? Testing is a very predominant activity. Like for each and every application, if it is a microservice architecture, then again, for each and every microservice, team might expect a dedicated test environment. All right. So practically, it is not possible to keep all the test servers upfront and make use of it, because end of the day, the cost also matters. The test servers are required only during the testing phase, right? If it is not in use, then you can simply terminate the server or you can able to shut down the machine. It's not an issue. But the point here is how these many test servers are configured, how these many test servers are provisioned. So in a traditional way, your infrastructure team who's responsible for this, they might be using some scripts, shell scripts, or some in-house tools. They might be doing this activity. So traditionally, we use shell scripts to perform all these activities. Okay, but thing is that the management of shell script is not that easy. Let's say, for example, for the last 20 years, there is a person who is responsible to create these shell scripts to automate their infrastructure provisioning and configuration. So tomorrow, on his absence, if anyone wants to take the responsibility, that person also, the new person also should be expert in shell scripting so that he can able to manage the existing script. If he wants to make some changes or if he want to enhance, or if any issue occurs also, he should be able to deep dive into the script and do the changes. So it means we need some talented resources to perform all these activities. And shell scripts, how difficult to maintain the scripts. It is not that user friendly. Okay, you should have a core scripting knowledge, then only you can able to work on it. But in today's generation, if we expect anything to be done, The two for dynamic provisioning and dynamic configuration, all right, you can't rely on shell scripting. So for that only we are relying on ISC tools. So whatever things you achieved using shell script, we are going to do the same thing in ISC tools, but it will be very simpler manner. All right. So it is something like a simplified version of your legacy process. So this ISC tools means it is at the two levels. One is at the server provisioning, and another thing is configuration management. So server provisioning means like how while creating a server, how to create a server. If I want to create 200 servers dynamically, how I can do that? Through script, I can achieve it. So Terraform is used for server provisioning. Provisioning means creation. And once a server is ready, you can use your Ansible to configure these servers. Configuration means like installation. Packages. Are you getting a point? So apart from that, there are a lot of other tools available in market. Like if you're talking about any managed services like AWS, we have a CloudFormation template. The equivalent to Terraform, you can consider as a CloudFormation template, which is meant only for AWS resources. Similarly, your resource managers used for Azure or Google. Like this, each and every service provider have their own configuration management tool as well as the provisioning tool through which they can able to use it. But point is, it is limited for their own resource. Like if you're using CloudFormation means that is meant for only AWS resource definitions. And tomorrow, if you're working in a multi-cloud platform and if you want to provision those servers in both the platform means, then you need a common tool which can interact with both the cloud services. So that is what we use Terraform. So Terraform is one of the open source server provisioning tool or IAC tool, which supports almost all the cloud service providers, even your local VMware, everything. And using Terraform, you can able to provision the server. Once a server is provisioned, using your Ansible, you can able to configure the server, installing all the required tools and all. So one of the best examples are like, consider you have launched one Jenkins slave machine, right? We have created Jenkins slave machine, no? So we have manually went into the console, AWS console, and launched that machine. And once the machines are available, then we just logged into the machine and manually install all the required tools. So this is what we call the server provisioning and configuration. So like this, we can able to automate various resources that is running in cloud platform as well as your on-premises environment. So first we'll talk about the Ansible. First, we'll talk about the Ansible. Once I'm done with the Ansible module, then I'll talk about the Terraform. Is that fine?
Yeah, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So guys, as far as Ansible is concerned, okay, first we should clearly understand the purpose of Ansible. Okay, what is Ansible? What is Ansible? Purpose. Ansible. And apart from that, it's architecture. Ansible architecture and its components. So this is what we should understand. And the entire Ansible module is based upon this architecture and its components only. Got it? So I'll talk about each and everything in detail, and we'll see how to provision the servers and how to create, do the configurations, and what are the core topics you should understand in Ansible. On that perspective, I'll be driving it. So today and tomorrow will be in a position to cover these things. Okay. So now, hope you understood what is Ansible, right? From this, Ansible is a configuration management tool which is used for managing your packages. Correct. It is a configuration management tool. The ultimate purpose or use case of Ansible means, let's say, for example, using Ansible, you can able to perform any of these tasks. Like for example, consider I want to work on the server provisioning. Ansible is capable to provision servers. As like Terraform, Ansible also capable to provision servers. But when compared to Terraform, right, Ansible is not that matured when it comes to the configuration. So that is the reason in real-time environment we'll be promptly working on Terraform for infrastructure provisioning. And Ansible is very well good in handling the resource definitions, all the stuff. Got it. So next thing is about the configuration. That is about how to configure the resources. Like if you want to install any tool, or if you want to upgrade any tool or uninstall any tools, we can able to use it. So let's say, for example, consider I have my application team, and my requirement is there are nearly 100+ members on my team, and they are using their own laptop or dev environment for their development, code application development. So now my requirement is I want to update the security patch updates, or I want to install a new tool in all their machines. So manually I can't get into their machine and install it, right? So what I can do, I can take all those machines through my remote SSH connection, and through Ansible I can able to install all the required tools. So from a single click, I can able to install all the required tools in all the 100+ target machines. That is what the main objective here. That's what the configuration management means. And you must be aware of the regular security patch updates, correct? If you have any working environment, on every month, there'll be some patch updates happens, security patch updates. So manually we can't do it for all the machines. So what we do means we just take a remote connection and inject all these scripts to that machine. That is how we perform your security compliances, application deployment, as well as continuous delivery. So in our previous module, we discussed about publish ORS plugin, right? Using publish ORS plugin, we can able to deploy our applications. But if you don't have publish ORS plugin, Ansible will be the right option. Without, using Ansible, even we can able to implement continuous delivery and deployments. It's possible. And basically, Ansible is a very simple tool. It uses YAML scripts to code this pipe playbook and all. And YAML script is like a key value pair, right? It will be having a key and a value, and it is very much a simplified version of coding. Okay, any user who's completely new to YAML script also can able to quickly understand, start working on it. So YAML scripts are very easy to code, and it is very, very easy to maintain and enhance. That is the reason we use YAML. Even tomorrow while working on Ansible also we'll be using YAML scripts. And another important thing about Ansible is it is agentless. Agentless means, let's say I have some target machines and I want to install some tools in all the target machines. Let's say, for example, here, I have a target machine. So my requirement is I want to install some tools in all my target machines. So what I do means I'll be setting up my Ansible architecture in such a way that I'll be having Ansible machine. So this is one VM that is dedicated for Ansible. So this is what we call it as Ansible controller or Ansible engine. And what are the targets I want to connect? Through SSH, I can able to establish a connection to all the machines. And once the connection is established, all that I can do is I can connect to that machine. And what are the scripts I want to execute? I can push those scripts into the target machine. Like this. Let's say I want to install a Tomcat server in any of this machine means I can point out that machine and I can able to install the Tomcat server. So to install Tomcat server, I'll be writing some small modular script that will be injected to the target machine. So this is how your Ansible works, and ultimately it doesn't require any agent. So apart from Ansible, if you compare it with the Chef and all, right, it requires some agent to be installed, Chef or Puppet, whatever we use. The agent has to be configured in all the target machines, and that agent is responsible to pull the commands from the Ansible controller. It just pulls the command from the Ansible controller into the target machine. And if it is Ansible means that agent is not required. Whatever things you want to execute, you can push it to the target machine. So that's why in general we call it as Ansible uses a push mechanism to push some code into the target machine and work on it. So Ansible, it is a very simple tool, and it is not just for a single environment. Okay, like if you see here, if you look into this infrastructure here, it is a very simple infrastructure where Ansible is connected with multiple target machines. But if you want, you can able to configure Ansible for some complex environments also. Like look into this scenario, we have some number of servers. Assume that these VMs or these servers are running in your cloud platform. And these servers are running in the on-premise environment, on your local on-premise environment. So my requirement is I just want to install the security patch updates in all these servers. So this is my hybrid model, right? So we can have one single Ansible controller machine to handle both cloud as well as your on-premise workload. It is not like we have to have a dedicated Ansible controller for cloud and this one. So using a single Ansible controller, we can able to manage a multi-cloud platform as well as a hybrid platform. Are you able to understand the workflow here, guys?
Yes.
Try to understand the importance of Ansible. Okay, that is what the point here. And this is about the architecture. So once you are clear with this basics, you can consider the architecture now. So listen carefully. So as we discussed, we have Ansible controller machine. The architecture of Ansible, the very first thing is your Ansible controller machine. So Ansible controller, or it is also called as Ansible engine or Ansible master. So which will be installed, the Ansible tool will be installed in the controller machine. And what are the targets you want to consider? Let's say we have 3 targets here, server 1, 2, and 3. So all these things are target machines or Ansible nodes. So how the connection is established is by using your Ansible, and we can able to use Ansible SSH connection to this. So we'll be having a number of servers. All these servers can be connected to your target machine or your Ansible controller machine using SSH. And now I said Ansible architecture composed of various components. So the very first important component is inventory file. So inventory file is just a flat file that contains the information about the target servers. It is just a flat file. Let's say it contains only the IP address of the machine, target machine, and the access mode or the credentials that is required to connect. So it is a responsibility of the infrastructure team to maintain inventory file. So once they maintain inventory file, your Ansible controller will first verify the inventory file. And if the entry is available, it will connect to that machine. Let's say, for example, consider I want to check whether the server is up and running or not. So what I'll do, when I execute my Ansible command, it will first verify the list of servers from the inventory file. If the server is available, then it establishes connection to the server using the SSH protocol or RDP protocol, it depends. And next important component is about the modules. So as I said, your Ansible is going to use a push mechanism. Push mechanism means it is going to push some modules or the script to the target machine to achieve a task. Right. If you want to install any security patch updates, means the security patches are available in my controller machine in the form of script. So that script has to be pushed into the target machine for further execution. Similarly, if I want to execute and install any tool, let's say I want to install Git in this machine, means I'll be using a module. Modules are nothing but a task or a script that you're going to execute on the target machine. Module is nothing but a task or a script that you're going to run on the target machine. So whenever we talk about the push mechanism, these modules are getting pushed into the target machine actually to achieve some task. And once the task is completed, that module, whatever you push in target machine, will be deleted automatically. Because once the task is over, that is no longer required, no? It get deleted. So that is about your Ansible architecture. So apart from this, there is one more important component called config file, your Ansible config file. So this config file is going to maintain all the default properties of your Ansible controller. Like what is the inventory file you would refer and what are the models we have. So it just contains the default properties of your Ansible controller machine. And if you want to customize, you can customize based upon the team's requirement. All right. So if you want to work in Ansible, the very first thing is you should know how to maintain your inventory file. So once the inventory file is maintained properly, then your 30% of your Ansible work is completed, because maintaining inventory file is a very, very crucial task in real-time environment. Let's say I have some test servers. I'll give you one real-time scenario now. My requirement is I have nearly 50 plus test servers. And in all the 50 plus test servers, I want to do some sort of testing. I want to deploy some application, I want to test it. So using Ansible, if you want to deploy a particular piece of code in all the 50 servers, means the 50 server details has to maintain the inventory file. Out of 50 servers, if you miss even one single file server also, it will create a huge impact in testing. Correct? So inventory file management is a very key responsibility, and I'll show you how to maintain inventory files. Let me clean the screen.
नेट चालू नाही करे
So listen, please. So whenever we talk about the inventory file, right? Listen carefully. So this is what the content, a sample content for inventory file. So whenever we talk about the file, it's just a flat file without any extension. You don't give any extensions there. Just create a file, and the file can have the server details. It can be represented by using server name like DNS, or you can able to use IP address of the machine. It's possible. And whenever you write any entry in the inventory file, it is always recommended to maintain in the form of groups. So assume that the server 3 and 4, it is of type mail server. Similarly, I have 2 database servers. I have 2 web servers or web application servers. So if you want to maintain a list of servers, and if it is of same type, just maintain under a single group like this, so that it will be easy for you to manage the servers in the future. Even if there is only one server also, just maintain within a group. Tomorrow, if you add more servers, it will be easy for you to manage it. So the reason is, consider a scenario, I want to create, or I want to update the security patches for all my database servers. If you have 100 database server, means I have to get into each and every server one by one. I have to use a server ID and I need to get into the server one by one. But if I use a group name, the changes will be applicable to the group level. So what are the servers associated to this group? The changes will be implemented to all the servers. So it will just simplify, reduce your work complexity. That is what the point here. So that's what maintaining inventory file is a very, very critical task. So this group, it can be based upon the type of servers, or it can be based upon teams also. Let's say I have my application team, I have my testing team. That particular testing team is working for a particular project, and what are the servers that is associated to the particular team? I can able to have it in a separate group. Just by using group name, I can able to refer all the servers. Are you getting a point? So this is about manage inventory files, and the default inventory file is stored in this path. When you install Ansible, I'll show you. Ansible installation, right? As part of Ansible installation, you can able to see the default inventory files are available in this path, etc Ansible host. Any question?
Let's say we have thousands of nodes or clients, and now we want to map or define in this inventory file. So in that case, as you said, we have a group, and for that group we have to assign all those nodes. So how can we do that? I mean, 1,000 nodes to be assigned to that single group, and then we have to define that group in this inventory file. So it would alleviate the workload. But my concern is like how we can map that individual hosts or nodes to that specific group.
See, maintaining the elements under the group is something, we can plan it in different methods. It's all depends upon the individual's perspective, how they handle that situation. While provisioning a server itself, let's say you are launching some servers, right? So far, you must have launched 3 servers in your for your practice, like Jenkins Master, Slave, and then work on QA server. So whenever we create any server, we have a provision to tag the server, right? So using a tag, I can able to filter out. I can able to apply some filter based upon tag, and I can able to select the servers that are associated to the tag, correct? So like that, while provisioning a server itself, you should be smart enough to maintain some sort of additional properties to that server in the form of tags. That will be very much helpful while working on the inventory file creations. So you have AWS CLI. Using AWS CLI, you can able to get the list of all servers which is having a specific tag. It's possible. You can able to get the IP address of all the servers which is having a particular tag. It's possible. In AWS CLI, we have the capability. So through that, I can able to get the list of servers, and I can simply add the server to my inventory file under this group. Simple, no?
Okay, yeah.
That is how we manage the things. So this is about writing the inventory file. I just show you how to write inventory file also in the upcoming session. So once inventory file is ready, how we are going to interact with the system? Okay, how we are going to work in Ansible? So as far as Ansible architecture is concerned, you should know about modules and then config. These are 3 things. So this Ansible config is used to maintain default properties of Ansible. Okay, and modules are nothing but a set of tasks that you're going to run on the target machine. Inventory file is used to maintain the list of target server and its details. Now, how to working with So in order to work with Ansible, the very first thing is you should understand the way you interact with the server. So there are 2 options available. One is by using Ansible. So these are two important approaches we follow in order to work with Ansible. Ansible ad hoc command means, let's say if you want to execute some command to quickly check for the access or to quickly update some package. So any command that you want to run on the target machine can be directly executed using Ansible ad hoc commands. But these commands are not reusable. Okay, you can execute once. If you want to execute again, you have to repeat it. Similarly, if you want to execute some series of commands, in the case, you can able to use a playbook. For example, consider a scenario, I have one target server, and in the target server, I just want to know the version of Git installed. So let the target server be server 3. In this server 3, if I want to know the version of Git, what I will do? I can simply need a command called git version. Correct? Yes or no? So just one command is enough to get the version from this server or from group of servers. Like instead of S3, if I say like server group means, or I can say like DB server, or I can say like a dev server. So my requirement is in this dev servers, what are servers I have in this group? I just want to get the version of Git. So I can simply use a group name and execute one command to get the version. Simple. So only one command needs to be executed here. But apart from that, consider scenario, I just want to install Maven. So what are steps to install Maven? Guys? What are steps to install Maven?
We have to install JDK and we have to install MV install.
So in all the available build servers, I want to install Maven. So in order to install Maven, what are things I need to do? First, I have to install JDK. And I'll be installing Maven. And now to perform the build, I also need Git. So I need to ensure that the Git is also installed. So in order to configure the build servers, I need to execute these 3 commands. Then only the build server will be available for execution, right? So this is what we call a series of commands. So in order to execute some series of commands, we can't rely on the Ansible ad hoc command mode. For that, we'll be using your playbooks. Something like this. Clear? So that's what. So there are 2 ways to access your Ansible controller. If you want to execute a simple commands, means you can go with Ansible ad hoc commands, which is non-reusable. But if you use a playbook, means it is reusable. You can able to reuse it at any point of time. And even the down the line, if after a few months, if you want to configure the same tools in a different server, you can simply reuse a playbook. So the main objective for going with playbook is to ensure reusability. That is what the main objective of using this playbook. So do not forget this term, okay? It's a very, very important thing.
In ad hoc, we can't use multi-line commands.
Come again?
In ad hoc commands, we can't use multi-line commands. Like,
no, it is not reusable. Ad hoc command means I mean, I'm talking about the modules. Each and everything called as a module actually. So if you want to run a module, means you can able to run it through ad hoc command. If you want to run multiple modules, means that can be done through your playbook. Each and every module can be executed as a separate command actually. So next we'll see about the installation. Shall we? Shall we proceed with this?
Yes.
Okay, for the installation and configuration of Ansible, I'm going to create some VM, okay, in your AWS platform. We are going to launch 3 VMs. Out of that, one will be the Ansible controller and 2 will be the nodes, Ansible nodes. Got it? And we'll be installing the Ansible only in Ansible controller machine. But in Ansible nodes, we never install any tool or agent. It's not required. Only thing is we have to create some user IDs. Like how I created a user ID in my Tomcat server and attach it to my Jenkins master. Similarly, here I'll be creating some user IDs, and through that user ID, along with the keys, we can able to connect to our Ansible controller. Clear? So let me log into my AWS. I think it got logged off. Let me log in again. Just a second here. I think it is taking some time to load. Oh, okay. Let me restart. Think it is pointing to different, right? All right, I can use the same account then. Well, let's launch some instances here. Yeah, it is taking some time for loading and all. Not sure. Okay, so this is SC October. Okay, so I'm going to launch 3 instances. If you want, you can use Ubuntu. I'm going to choose Ubuntu machine here, and the previous version of Ubuntu also can go. Okay, so I'm going to use Ubuntu, that is 20.04 version, and let it be T2 micro instance, and the key pair I can choose the existing key pair whatever I already have, and then let it be 3. Okay, so we have these many parameters available to configure 3 servers. Let me launch it. Yes. So let me get into this and check the running instances. These servers are not required now. Let me stop this instance. All related to my Jenkins master. Okay. So now that we have created 3 servers, I just want to name it, tag it as Ansible controller. And I want to tag this as Ansible node 1 or target 1. And this can be target 2. Okay. So let's log into this machine first. Or we'll do one thing. I'll show you one reference material, okay, which I created for configuring this. Let me bring that one. Okay. So if you look into this process, right, I just clearly documented, okay, even in real time also we use certain things, but it will be more automated. For this demo purpose, we have just launched 3 instances. And what we are going to do here is we are going to log into our Ansible nodes, Ansible node 1 and 2, we log in and we just create some user ID there. And we are going to create a password to that user. Got it? Once a password is created, we are going to update the password-based authentication, and then we are going to give some additional features like admin-related access to that user, so that the user can able to access through. Like for example, consider I want to install some packages, means I should have some admin level access to do that activity. So for that, we have to update something related to this, like as like a root user, I'm giving some additional privileges. Without expecting for password, you should be able to do such things. And once the user ID and the passwords are configured in the nodes, we are going to install Ansible in the Ansible controller machine. So for the installation of Ansible, I'll show you an official documentation. You can able to follow steps, whatever it is available from there. And this is a basic command. We have to update the packages. We have to install the required property files and then install Ansible. So for the installation of Ansible, the only prerequisite is your Python. Python tool should be installed in all the machines. Like whether it is your Ansible master controller machine or in this target machines, all the machines should have Python. Because Ansible tool itself was developed using Python actually. And whatever the modules I was talking about, all these modules are executed as a Python module internally. Okay, so you can leverage that. I'll show you how to install it. And once the Ansible is installed, you should be able to see all the default properties along the installation path. And in the same Ansible controller machine, you will install create some user IDs and enable some keys for authentication. So let me proceed with this step first. Let me log into my machine. No, first let me take this Ansible node 1 and 2. So Ubuntu machine. This is my node 1. Similarly, let me take this public IP address. So in node 1 and 2, what we're going to do here is we are just going to create the user IDs. So for the creation of user ID, we already did right in our slave machines and Tomcat server. Same process we are going to follow here. So before that, let me update the packages. apt update -y. Really apt update -y. So this will update all the default properties, packages, security patches, everything on this machine. All right. So once this is done, so let's go ahead and create the user ID. So I'm going to create a user called Ansible admin in my node. And once the user ID is created, we are going to create the password for that user. So to create a password in Linux environment, this is a command. As a root user, run the command pswd followed by the user ID. It will ask for the password, enter the password here. Right. So at least you should have 8 characters, alphanumeric, I think. And once a password is created, we have to enable password-based authentication because by default, Linux goes with a passwordless. So if you see this configuration file, sshd config file, you can able to see, go to insert mode, and you should able to see something like password authentication. Can you see this? So by default, the password authentication says no. So all that you should do is just make it as yes. That's it. And then save this file. So once you save this file, you have to refresh it. We have to reload this SSH because it's a system config file. We have to reload it. Then only the changes whatever you made will be having immediate effect. Otherwise, it will be applicable only when you restart your machine. So now that we have created a user and created a password for the user and enable the password-based authentication, and I want to give some additional privileges to this user. As like a root user, if I want to execute any commands, it should not ask for password. I mean, it should have some additional privileges tomorrow while working any admin related or package manager related modules. So just give va-sudo command as a root user. And here you can able to see there is a line which is going to talk about the user privilege specifications. So there you can simply add these statements. Ansible admin all.
Sai, what is this vi sudo?
It is a file. Okay, it is a kind of configuration file where you can able to define all the user level privileges, additional privileges. Let's say whenever you log into your machine as a root user, you can able to do all sort of actions, right? Okay. So how that root user got that privilege means it is defined in this file. That root user is having all privileges. Got it? So once it is done, just give Control X and save it. All right. So this is how we can able to update the file. So just make some changes and give Control X to exit from this file. It will automatically.
So only root user can open this file?
Yes, only root user will have access to this file.
Okay.
Right. So this is the step we have to do. And once you get into this, once the user is created, you can get into the user and you can able to see the list of components. And this is a default home directory for this user. So same activity you have to perform in worker node 2. Here also the username can be same. And let's create a password. So once password is created, you can refresh or reload. I mean, what is it called? Edit this file to enable the password-based authentication. go to insert mode and change the password authentication to yes.
How to go to insert mode?
Press I.
Press I. Okay.
Yeah, I in the keyboard, right?
Okay.
So save this file. And once the file is saved, you can simply reload this SSHD. That's it. The service has been reloaded. And then use VASUDO. And here at the user privilege specification, you can able to give this line of statement to admin user. And once it is done, just give Control X to exit. It asks for the confirmation. Just say press Y to confirm. That's it. So,
So if we have multiple nodes like that, like this, so this configuration has to be done manually for every server.
yes. For any server, the basic requirement is the user ID and the access level. Correct?
So if we have 20 servers, so we have to do it manually.
That can be done manually, or at the time of launching the instance, you can able to make this as a startup task.
Okay.
It's possible. It depends upon the AMI. You can able to create AMI in such a way that these parameters are already there.
By running this command while launching the instance.
You can do that also.
Okay.
I'm talking about the AMI level images. Okay, based on the existing AMI, you can able to create a new AMI, right? That matters.
Yeah.
So now that we have completed this activity, that is access has been given. So let me get into this user level. Okay, so this is what it is. So now that we have 2 users created at this level. So what we can do now, we can log into controller machine. I'm not creating any keys in the target machines, okay? So we are just updating the packages. So all that we are going to do here in the server is we are going to install Ansible. So upon updating a package, you have to execute this command sudo apt install software properties, and then you have to install this what do you call that repositories for Ansible, and then update the packages whatever you installed, and based upon the package you're going to install Ansible. So these are steps involved for installation of Ansible. So let me run this command. And execute this also. And once this is done, you can simply update the package whatever you have just downloaded. Okay, once this is done, we can simply go ahead and install Ansible.
You told the prerequisite will be Python, right?
Yeah, it is getting installed. You can see, right? So the latest version of Ubuntu or RHEL will comes with Python by default. You don't need to worry about it. That's the reason we update the package, system package, right? That matters. So now that we have installed Ansible, if you simply say Ansible version, you should be able to see the version that is installed, and this is the installation path. etc/Ansible is a default directory where you can able to see the Ansible and its components. So now that we have installed Ansible, what next? You can get into the path.
Have to maintain inventory.
So this is what it is. Okay. So once the Ansible is installed, you can able to get into the file and get the list of components. This is what the Ansible components like Ansible config and host is available here. So tomorrow, if you want to install any Ansible roles, you can able to install it. So the point here is how we are going to work on this Ansible controller machine and the worker nodes, how it is going to get connected, that matters. So this is my VM and this is another VM, right? So how we can able to establish connection between these two servers?
In SSH.
Yeah, using SSH, we are going to establish the connection. But how the authentication is going to happen?
Through inventory file.
Inventory file will just have
No,
these
via
target
that
details.
public key and private key, which is used previously.
So
Like-
how you performed it in your machine? That is in your Jenkins slave node or configuration. How you perform that authentication?
It is adding in Jenkins UI, right? So creating some new item and we are authenticating.
Creating user.
Using SSH keys, right? So now the point is, when I was working in my Jenkins master and slave node, both the Jenkins master and slave are owned by me. I'll tell you one scenario. Okay, like for example, consider I am from DevOps team, and my task is to support the infra team by introducing this Ansible tool. They are completely new to Ansible. They were using a traditional shell scripts to do their configuration management, everything. Now I just convinced them by showcasing all the capabilities of Ansible, and they are also convinced. So now the point is how they're going to manage the credentials, that matters. So we can able to have a dedicated VM for installing Ansible. That's what we did now. And using this controller machine, what you're going to do actually? Using this controller machine, what you're going to do? You're going to configure some tools or packages in the target machine, right? So for that, first you have to establish connection from Ansible controller. You should be able to establish connection to target nodes. So in order to establish a connection, you need a valid user ID that we have created. And once the user IDs are created, what's the next step? We have to create the authentication method. So there are various types of authentication methods supported in Linux. It can be your key-based authentication or token-based authentication or password-based authentication or passwordless authentication. A lot of things are there. So if you're going with the SSH means, you'll be using key-based authentication. So my point is where you'll be creating a key, how that conversation happens, in which machine you'll be creating the key and which key you'll be using for communication.
Previously we are installing in slave nodes, right? Like same, we are installing the private keys in the this target nodes.
So as like you have installed, I mean, you have created SS keys in slave nodes where you can get a public and private key, and you'll be sharing the private key of the slave node to Jenkins master, right?
Yeah. Is it not working this way?
So that is one of the approaches. But the point here is, while working in a Jenkins master and slave, both the servers are owned by the DevOps team, correct? Both the servers are managed by DevOps team, correct? But in this case, the target server can be from any team. It can belongs to a testing team, or it can belongs to a development team, or whoever it is. So if we ask them to create a user ID and ask them to create a key from that user ID, and if we request them for a private key, means definitely they won't share it, because sharing a private key to any external system is not a best practice. If the servers are within your network, if you are the owner of those servers, means you can able to share the private keys among yourself. That's not an issue. But when you're trying to access the server from different teams or from different network, it is not recommended to use the private key, because whenever you give your private key, you are doing some security compromise there. It is not recommended. As per the security compliances, no one will agree to that. So what we're going to do here means, I'm not going to use the private key of these target machines. That's the reason even I never create any key for this Ansible user. Instead, I'm going to create a key here, and I'll be sharing the key from Ansible controller to targets. So the process is something like this. Listen carefully. So now that I have installed Ansible, and I'm going to create a user called DevOps admin user in my controller machine. Once DevOps admin user is created, for that particular user, I'm going to create a key. Once a key is created, I'm going to copy the key to Ansible admin user of this node 1. Similarly, how many nodes I have in all the target nodes, I'm going to copy the key of DevOps admin. So this copy, SSH copy ID command, what is going to do means, it is just going to copy the public key of DevOps admin into this target machine as authorized key. I repeat, the SSH copy ID command, it is used to copy the public key of this DevOps admin into this target machine as an authorized key. So for that, first let's collect the details of the nodes. So let me take the private IP address of this machine. Ansible nodes private IP address. I need this here. Let me put it here also for now. Taking the private IP address. Okay. So now let's go ahead and create this user ID there in that machine. This is a control machine, right? So let's create a user ID. DevOps admin is a user I'm going to create in this machine. And once DevOps admin user is created, all that we can do is we can create SSH key. Just log into DevOps admin user and create the key, SSH key chain command. So when you create this key in the default directory, you can get it in that folder, and you should be able to see we have a public key and private key. Similarly, if you get into the Ansible admin users machine, I don't have any SS folder at this point because I never create any key here. Remember? You see? So only in Ansible controller machine, we have created the key. Once the key is created, my intention is I want to copy the key of DevOps admin to this target machine for this Ansible admin user. So let me execute this command in controller machine. SSH copy ID copy ID to this system. And since it's the very first time we are trying to establish connection to that machine, we need to confirm that footprint. That is what you call that initial handshake between the system should be happened, right? Are you sure you want to continue? Just say yes. And now that it is asking for the password, if you noticed here, can you see this? Password. So for this purpose only, I create a password for that admin user. That's it. So once I enter the password, it says number of keys copied is 1, and you can able to verify from this machine. So if I go to my work node 1, and if I say ls-a now, I can see the .ss folder is created. And if I get into the folder, I can able to see there is authorized key. So if I view the content of the authorized key, it is nothing but the public key of DevOps admin user, which is created in this machine. 8163. So the SS copy ID command, it is used to copy the public key of this DevOps admin user into this target machine as a authorized key. Same thing you can do it for another node.
Yes, how it is working? Like we are in the same network. That's why we are using its private network. So if we are
if it is in different domain, you'll be using public key. Public IP address.
okay, like public IP address means there will be some authentication, right? How can we do?
No, that is not an issue. This it will be taken care of. That's what the purpose of this command. That is the reason we use the enable the password actually. Right. So this is copy ID ansible to this target machine 2, and as for confirmation, just say yes and enter the password. That's it. So now that your target node 2 also will be enabled with the key. Right. So then after, that means we just made some initial connection between the servers and we just updated the token as authorized key. Then after, whenever you want to connect to that machine, you can directly connect it.
So that means if we connect these nodes, every time we have to enter the password, right?
No need. No need. It is already given. Password has been given and the token has been shared with the target machine.
Okay,
So in this case, what you can do means you can simply run the command. Like if you want to log into that machine, let's say from this Ansible controller machine, I want to log into Ansible node 1. So this is a command SSH Ansible admin followed by the system. See, now the control is in that machine.
Okay, so now we can deploy the patches or install the tools.
From Ansible controller, I gain access to my target machine.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want, you can able to do any sort of actions here, and if you simply exit from here, it will go back to your DevOps admin. That is your host machine. And similarly, we can able to test for second machine also. See, it can able to connect to that machine. Easy. Now the point is, we are trying all these things as a root user, and I just want to interact with the target machine as a DevOps admin user. So using what are things we did so far? It's all related to your Ansible basic Linux. It is nowhere related to Ansible. Okay, what are things we did so far? Like creating users, installing the tools, and what else? Managing the credentials and all. Everything is the Linux properties. So now using Ansible, we are going to connect to the target machine. So how to do that means, let's say we have a /etc Ansible. So this is a default path where we have installed Ansible, right? So there is a file called host file, this default file. And if I say something like ll, I can able to see this directory is completely owned by the root user. So all that I want to do is, because a DevOps admin can able to just read. That's all. They can't make any changes in the folder. If I want to create any file means it's not possible. So for that purpose, what I can do means I can simply change the ownership of this Ansible admin directory. So let me exit from here. As a root user, I can run this command, chown command. chown -r. That means what are the directories and the subdirectories we have in this folder? The owner and the group will be changed to DevOps admin now. And if I say cd to that path, can you see this? It is completely owned by DevOps admin now. So now you have full control on this DevOps tool. As a DevOps admin, you can able to interact with the target machines and make any sort of Ansible related activities. Easy. So now, as far as Ansible is concerned, the very first thing is the inventory file creation. So let me log in as a root DevOps admin user now. So here I have two files. One is Ansible config file and the host file. So the host is considered as a default inventory file provided by Ansible. Host is considered as a default inventory file. So if you want to work on this inventory file, you can edit this and make some required changes there as per your server configuration, or you can able to create your own inventory file. So let me edit this file here. Go to insert mode. So all these lines are commented lines, okay? Like there are some samples that is attached here. It's not required at this point. So what I can do here is I can add my own inventory file here. So as I said, inventory files are going to maintain the information about the target server, and it should be represented within a group. So if you look into this example here, I can consider this as an inventory for my nodes. So the group name is test nodes, and sample node 1 is the name of the target node 1. It is just alias name. It can be anything as per my choice. And the target node host is the private IP address of the machine. And the user ID is Ansible admin. Since I already configured the tokens, everything, I don't need to give any password or token here. I can simply use a user ID and the IP address of the machine to connect to this machine. Similarly, this is for second node. So this can be possible only if you copy the SS ID to the target machine and enable that authentication. Any doubt here in this file? Guys?
Okay, this is the syntax for the connection.
Yeah, for inventory file maintenance, inventory maintenance.
Okay, is this we can find anywhere like documentation, or we have to remember?
I told you, right, there is a separate documentation, Ansible documentation link. So you can find it from there.
Sai, can we define just private IP address over here in the inventory, like rather than defining the whole syntax, like, we can avoid
it
this.
is a syntax actually.
Okay.
Syntax we have to maintain for inventory files.
No, because we have done that, SSH in Ansible node 1 and node 2. So that's why I'm asking, like, is it mandatory to define the whole syntax?
See, as per the inventory file, it will be based upon the key and the value. The value, the key and value, it can be the what do you call that? Key based parameter, or without key also we can able to pass only the values. So like a sample node 1, what I give, I just gave it as a sample node 1, right? It is a name of that instance.
I mean, no, I mean the private IP of this node 1, 172.31.10.99, and the second one. So we just put these nodes and then save this file, and we can initiate the connection. I mean to say that.
No, connection is already installed and established in Linux environment, but Ansible has to recognize the target machine by using that key field.
Okay, because I mean, we have this Ansible controllers public key with map with node. I mean, both of the nodes using SSH. So
So this document, this page will give you a complete information about that. So building Ansible inventory files, using Ansible command line tools, playbooks. So you can able to get complete information about the Ansible installation, everything here. Okay, starting from the node creation, everything. I'll put this in chat window also, no problem. So now the point is, once you maintain the inventory file, okay, this is a host name and this is a user ID. So it's a key and the value. So save this file. And once the inventory file is ready, then you can able to use your Ansible ad hoc commands or playbooks to execute this. So there is a simple ad hoc command, like as I mentioned here. If I give this command, Ansible test nodes -m ping. So test node is a group name. As you can see here, the group name is a test nodes. I want to execute some module in the servers, whatever we have in this group. So just give Ansible group name followed by the module name. So ping is one of the Ansible modules. So whenever you want to refer the module in the Ansible command, we'll be using a parameter called -m. -m argument is used to pass the module name. Modules are nothing but a small piece of code which you can able to push it in the target machine and execute it. And the ping module is just like, verifying the connection. I just want to, normally we use a ping command, right? If you want to check for connectivity, same thing. I just want to ping to my servers. See, as part of this execution, I can see it has connected to both the servers. Sample node 1 and sample node 2 connection is successful. And I'm getting a response also. For ping, I'm getting the message response here. So this is how your Ansible ad hoc command works. So the general syntax for Ansible ad hoc command is this one. So Ansible followed by the host name. Host name means it can be a group name. Like these are some possible values here. It can be a group name, all, or individual name. Let's say, for example, if I say Ansible sample node. So what is expected here? My intention is I want to connect to this particular node 1 unknown. So it is done. Or instead of node 1, I can say all. So this all command will try to interact with all the nodes, that all the groups also in the inventory file. Inventory file can have a number of servers, it can have a number of groups. So if you want to interact or access all the group, means you can able to use all. So it's a very important question. So the host name, it can have 3 possible values. It can be all, a group name, or an individual host name. Is that clear? So this is general syntax for ad hoc command. And all the modules, whatever you want to refer, it will be referred with the help of your module -m command argument. And apart from that, if you want to maintain your own inventory file, means you can able to use this also, -i followed by inventory file. Like for example, whenever I execute sample node 1, I'm not giving any reference to the host file, right? The inventory file. So how it is picking up the inventory file means the default inventory file is configured in the config file, Ansible config. I'll show you that how it's configured and all. So that is the reason, even without asking for this file reference, it is automatically executing my command. It is directly pointing to this. Now assume that I want to create a new file. So let it be like vi my dev servers. Dev servers. This is one inventory file I want to create. And in this inventory file, I can keep some entries like this. So let it be my dev nodes. Dev node 1. I'm just naming it as dev node 1 and dev node 2, and the group name is dev nodes. So let me save this file. Correct. And it is available in the same path. Now, if I say sample node 1, or if I say like dev node 1, what is expected?
Only dev node 1 is connected. I mean, ping. We can be able to do that.
No, it could not match the supplied host pattern because this dev node 1 is not defined in the host file. Only the host file is considered the default inventory file, right? This dev node 1 I just maintain in my own inventory file. So in that case, what I can do means I can simply say like -i followed by the file name. Now it should pick up the server details. So whenever you want to give your own inventory file, you can create the inventory file and add the server details there. And that should be explicitly called by using -i parameter. So in real-time environment, it happens very frequently. For each and every team or for each and every application or for environment will be creating their inventory files. Is that clear? So this is what the general syntax for your Ansible ad hoc command. And sometimes this module also will require some parameters. There are a lot of things involved. I'll show you, I'll talk about it in the upcoming sessions. I'll show you how to pass some arguments to the modules and all. But as of now, understand how to install Ansible, how to connect your Ansible nodes to the Ansible controller machines, how to manage the credentials, and how to enable the passwordless authentication to the target machine, and then run the ad hoc commands. Very important thing is maintain inventory file. Guys, is that clear to all?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll stop this for now. If you have any questions, you can ask me tomorrow. In tomorrow's session, we'll discuss more about Ansible. We have a lot of modules to discuss. Today, we just started with the ping module. So I expect everyone to practice this one so that it'll be easy for you to manage in tomorrow's session. Because you also have to configure your Jenkins and all, right? Jenkins target server, QA server, and email, what is it called? Email configurations, and then build, automate build. So better I'll stop with this for now. Practice all those things. And tomorrow's session, we'll talk about some more modules, and then we'll see how to execute the same thing with the help of playbooks. Okay.
Looks like one quick question. In order to practice, it would be good to have these notes and recording session available, right? I think, but recording session will be available only from Monday.
Okay,
Is
then
there
you
any
can
possibility?
no, I don't think so. Monday only they'll be uploading the consolidated recordings will be available on Monday actually. So you can reuse my class notes. Okay, I think the class notes itself will be helpful, right, for revising the things.
Actually, like last week, they are by the end of the day itself, they made available in that drive.
Yeah, it would be good to have that available by end of the day at least,
Okay, I'll check with the support team on that. Okay,
Yeah,
if
sure.
possible, they'll
Thank you.
upload it. Usually the time will be like 4 to 6 hours. It'll get uploaded during weekdays. So I'll check on that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll be uploading this document in your repository. Okay, this one and the class notes, whatever needed. So you can start your practice and let me know if you have any questions for next 10 minutes. So it can be anything based upon a previous module or whatever you practice during your weekdays. If you have any questions, please let me know.
One doubt, like you created just now this inventory file, right, by using vi command, and opening some editor and just save it, right?
Mhm.
Previously, while we are working with this a kit, you are like you are given echo some content and forward slash that
Mhm.
forward arrow, like,
Mhm. Mhm.
saving with file name. Is
Yes.
there two ways like we can create the file?
Yeah, there are various methods to create a file in Linux. Mm, Like,
Okay.
for example, if you want to create a empty file without any content, you can simply say like a touch for the file name. Touch is a command.
Okay.
Or if you want to create a file with some content means you can use echo command. Like whatever you want to print in the console, you can able to print it in the file.
Okay.
Or using editor, if you want to create a file also, you can able to do that.
Okay.
That makes a difference. I'll do one thing. I'll just keep the content in two different files. Okay. The Jenkins will be in a separate file. And for Ansible, I'll be creating a separate folder for you so that it won't create any conflict, I believe. Okay. So I'm just updating your Jenkins file. Yeah. So it includes all the script, everything, whatever things needed. And as like Jenkins folder, I'll be creating another folder for Ansible. So for Ansible also, we'll be getting two files. One is for class notes and another thing for installation procedures, whatever we have seen so far. You see? Right. So last session is already updated. Okay. Like what are things you all I'll updated the last day session also. So we have a separate file for Jenkins, Git, and then Ansible. So get it in the folder and access it. So under Jenkins also we have the same. So please refresh the page or sync fork it. It will be available. So any other questions, please let me know. Because the next topic needs some level, right? So better you practice this, then it will be easy for you to manage.
Okay.
All right, guys. So if you have any queries, please let me know. I'm waiting for your questions now.
Sai, as you said, the nodes, I mean, in this syntax, we don't use any agent, right? So let's say if on the client or any nodes, we install some agents. So over there, agents would, fetch that code from the server, or in terms of like in the syntax of Ansible, I mean to say. Hello.
See, if you're using Ansible means the agents are not required. That's what I'm saying. Ansible doesn't require any agent. All that you need is you should establish SSH connection, and like how I am invoking the module, the same manner it will get invoked there. Tomorrow I'll show you how the internal process happens, how the modules are actually getting executed in the target machine. I'll show you tomorrow in tomorrow's session.
No, I mean, in my scenario, what I meant to say, let's say I want to update only, out of 1,000 nodes, I want to update only 2 nodes. So in that case, we have to still use that push-based mechanism, or those 2 nodes are individually fetched that code from the server, Ansible server.
No, we have to use push-based mechanism only, but maintain the
Okay.
inventory file accordingly.
Oh, okay.
So how many servers you want to maintain, you can able to maintain it accordingly in your inventory file.
Sai, what is like,
So this
I
is the
forgot,
way.
like, what is agent?
This is the way you'll be doing it. Okay, so I think if you can understand this, see here, I already maintained the inventory file, and now that inventory file can have a group called dev nodes, and that group can have hundreds of servers. But out of that, if you're interested in only 2 server means, you can able to do like this: Ansible dev node 1, dev node 2. So from the inventory file, it interacts with only these 2 servers.
Yeah, after interaction, let's say I want to fetch, I want to install some tools
Yeah, that is
on
what.
those 2 nodes.
That is
Okay.
based upon the module. If you can able to execute this ping module means, to install any package, you'll be having a separate module. You can use that module and these 2 nodes. That's
Okay.
what we'll talk about tomorrow session.
Yeah.
So this is just like establishing connection and checking for the response. Like that, we have a number of modules. We'll talk about it in upcoming sessions. Yeah, what is the question on agent? See, agent is just like tool, which is or it's just a piece of code that should be executed in all the target machines. Like whenever you are talking about the configuration management system, right? Like if you're talking about Puppet, Puppet is one of the tools as like Ansible. So if you want to work in Puppet, right, you'll be having a dedicated server to install Puppet. And in all the target nodes, you have to install the agent of Puppet. Puppet agent has to be installed on the target machines. Then only the Puppet can able to, receive some data from that one. So there is a piece of code that has to be installed in all target machines.
Okay, got it. Only in Ansible we
Yeah,
we won't use, right?
agentless actually.
Okay. Okay, Sai, thank you. I'm logging.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks, guys. If we don't have any questions, then we can close the session. We'll connect tomorrow. Thank you all. Can I stop the servers?
Thank you all.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.